Welcome to Sleep Lab. Rain fell softly across the empty coastline. The ocean stretched endlessly beneath dark storm clouds while cold wind moved through the small seaside town of Greyhaven. Everything smelled like saltwater and rain. Old fishing boats rocked gently against the wooden docks. Streetlights flickered weakly through thick fog rolling in from the sea. And somewhere far beyond the dark horizon, thunder rumbled quietly. Emma Carter pulled her jacket tighter while walking along the wet beach path beside the harbor. The storm was coming again. People in Greyhaven always knew when storms were near, not because of the weather forecasts, not because of the clouds, but because of the letters. Emma looked toward the crashing waves nervously. Every storm season, the ocean returned them. Old handwritten letters washed onto shore from nowhere. No envelopes. No stamps. Only soaked paper covered in strange messages written by people who were long gone. Some letters were decades old. Some carried names of missing fishermen. Others belonged to people who disappeared during storms years earlier. Nobody understood where the letters came from. But one thing terrified everyone in Greyhaven. The letters were always right. Every warning written inside them came true. Emma reached the end of the wooden pier and stopped. Rain tapped softly against the ocean surface while fog drifted slowly across the harbor. The town behind her looked quiet tonight. Too quiet. Most people stayed inside whenever storms approached, especially after sunset, especially after what happened last year. Emma swallowed hard. She still remembered that night clearly. The storm, the screaming wind, and her younger brother Noah vanishing near the shoreline without leaving a single trace behind. No body, no footprints, nothing, only rain. and 3 days later, the ocean returned a letter written in Noah's handwriting. Emma never told anyone what the letter said, not even Sheriff Collins, because the final sentence still haunted her every night. The ocean remembers everyone. Cold wind moved through the pier again. Emma forced herself to breathe slowly. She had spent the last year trying to forget. Trying to leave Greyhaven behind forever. But something always pulled her back. The ocean, the storms, the unanswered questions. Thunder echoed again far out at sea. Then suddenly, Emma noticed something floating near the shore. Her heart beat slow. A bottle, old green glass rolling gently through shallow waves. She stepped carefully off the pier and walked toward it across wet sand. Rain grew slightly heavier now the bottle stopped near her feet. Emma stared at it silently. Inside was another letter. Her stomach tightened instantly. The storms hadn't even started yet. Usually the letters arrived after midnight. Never this early. Slowly, Emma picked up the bottle. The paper inside looked old and yellowed from seawater. Her hands trembled slightly while removing the cork. Thunder cracked softly somewhere behind thick clouds. Rain tapped gently across the bottle glass. Finally, Emma unfolded the soaked paper carefully, and immediately, her blood ran cold because written across the top in faded ink were the words, "For Emma Carter." She stared in silence. No one should know her name. Not like this. Not from the ocean. Her breathing became uneven as she continued reading. If this letter reached you, then the storm has returned. Rainwater slid down her hands. The handwriting looked familiar somehow. Painfully familiar. Emma kept reading slowly. Do not go near the lighthouse after midnight. Her heartbeat quickened immediately. The old lighthouse stood at the edge of Greyhaven cliffs overlooking the sea. Abandoned for years. ever since the disappearances began. Most locals avoided it completely now, especially during storms. The letter continued. Something beneath the water is waking again. Thunder rumbled deeper now. The ocean waves crashed harder against the shore. Emma's hands trembled. Then she reached the final line and nearly dropped the paper. I'm still here. No. Emma stepped backward instantly. No. Rain poured harder suddenly. The wind shifted violently off the ocean. She stared at the handwriting again and again. It was Noah's. Exactly Noah's. Impossible. He had vanished a year ago. The town searched for weeks. They found nothing. Only that first letter. And now, another one. A wave crashed loudly nearby, snapping Emma from her shot. She looked toward the ocean and froze completely. Far out beneath the storm clouds, a light was glowing. Soft, golden, moving slowly through thick fog. Emma's chest tightened painfully. The lighthouse. Someone had turned the lighthouse back on after all these years. Rain whipped harder across the beach now. The storm was arriving fast. Lightning flashed across the horizon, and during that brief flash, Emma saw something standing in the water far from shore. A silhouette, tall, motionless, watching the beach. Then darkness returned. The figure disappeared instantly. Emma backed away from the shoreline, breathing hard. This was wrong. Everything about tonight felt wrong already. The ocean usually waited until the storm fully arrived before sending letters. But tonight, it had sent one early, like a warning. Thunder cracked violently overhead. Emma shoved the letter into her coat pocket and hurried toward town. The streets of Greyhaven looked almost empty now. Windows glowed warmly through rain while fog rolled slowly between buildings. Old signs creaked softly in the wind. The town always felt older during storms. like the rain pulled forgotten memories from the sea itself. Emma reached the small diner near the harbor. Warm yellow light glowed through the windows. She pushed the door open quickly. A bell jingled overhead. Inside smelled like coffee and wet wood. Only a few people sat scattered quietly around the diner. Most were older fishermen watching the storm through the windows nervously. The television behind the counter buzzed softly with weather warnings. Another major storm approaching the coastline. Emma walked quickly toward the counter. The waitress looked up immediately. Emma, Martha, the diner owner, frowned. You shouldn't be outside tonight. Emma removed the soap letter slowly from her pocket. Martha's face immediately lost color. Oh no, she whispered it quietly. The nearby fisherman turned toward them instantly. Everyone in Greyhaven recognized the letters. Emma lowered her voice. It came early. Rain hammered against the diner windows harder now. Martha carefully took the paper with shaking hands. Then her eyes widened at the signature. Noah. One fisherman muttered softly. That's impossible. Another crossed himself nervously. The diner suddenly felt colder. Emma leaned closer. The lighthouse is on again. Complete silence filled the room. Even the storm outside seemed quieter for one terrible moment. Martha looked terrified now. That light hasn't worked in 15 years. Thunder exploded outside immediately after she said it. The lights inside the diner flickered violently. One fisherman stood quickly. I'm leaving before the roads flood. Others began gathering their coats nervously too. Storm nights made everyone uneasy now, especially when letters appeared. Emma looked toward Martha again. You know something. The older woman hesitated. Rain streamed heavily down the windows behind her. Finally, Martha whispered softly. The ocean only sends new letters when someone is about to disappear. Cold fear spread through Emma instantly. Then suddenly, the diner door slowly creaked open by itself. Wind and rain rushed inside. Everyone turned toward the entrance. But nobody stood there. Only darkness and rain. Then something slid slowly across the wet floor toward Emma's feet. Another bottle. Another letter. The entire diner fell silent. Emma stared down at it in horror. Because written across the soaked paper inside the bottle were 4 chilling words. Before the storm ends. Rain hammered Greyhaven through the night. The storm had fully arrived. Now cold ocean wind screamed through the empty streets while thick fog swallowed most of the town. Inside the diner, nobody moved. Nobody even breathed loudly. Everyone stared at the second bottle resting on the wet wooden floor. Water dripped slowly from the green glass. Thunder rumbled somewhere far beyond the harbor. Emma's hands trembled slightly as she bent down toward the bottle. The paper inside looked older than the first one. Much older, almost brown from years of seawater. Martha whispered nervously behind the counter. "Don't open it here." The old fisherman nodded immediately. One of them stood and backed farther away from the bottle. "Those letters bring bad luck." Another man muttered quietly. "They always have." Rain slammed violently against the diner windows. Emma ignored them. Slowly, she pulled the cork loose. The moment it opened, the diner lights flickered hard. For one strange second, everyone heard something beneath the storm outside. Whispers. Soft overlapping whispers drifted drifting through the rain. Then silence returned. Emma unfolded the wet paper carefully. The handwriting looked different this time. Older, messier, and across the top were written the words, "The lighthouse is not empty." Coldness spread slowly through the diner. Emma continued reading. The ocean keeps the lost beneath the waves. When the storms return, they begin calling home again. Thunder cracked violently overhead. The lights flickered again. Then came the final line. The line that made Emma's heartbeat stop. Noah is waiting inside the lighthouse. The diner fell completely silent. Rain poured endlessly outside. Martha slowly backed away from the counter. No. One fisherman whispered shakily, "The sea is bringing 'em back." Emma folded the letter quickly. "I'm going there." Immediately, everyone began talking over each other. "No, you can't go near the cliffs tonight. The storm's too dangerous." But Emma barely heard them. If Noah was alive, if there was even the smallest chance, she had to know the truth. Martha grabbed her wrist tightly. "Listen to me." Her voice shook now. "People who follow the letters." She swallowed hard. "Don't always come back." Emma stared toward the rain-covered windows. The lighthouse light still glowed faintly far beyond the harbor cliffs. Soft golden light moving slowly through fog. Like someone was waiting there. "I have to go." Thunder roared louder outside. Then suddenly, every light inside the diner went out. Darkness swallowed the room instantly. Several people gasped. Rain and wind became deafening for a moment. Then, the emergency lights flickered weakly on. Soft red light filled the diner. And outside the windows, someone stood in the rain. Emma froze instantly. A boy, thin silhouette, dark soap hoodie, standing motionless across the street beneath the storm. Her chest tightened painfully. Lower. The figure slowly raised one hand, then pointed toward the lighthouse. Lightning flashed violently, and the figure vanished, completely gone. Emma ran for the door immediately. Emma waited, but she was already outside. Rain hit like ice. The storm had become terrifying now. Fog rolled heavily through the streets while ocean wind nearly pushed her backward. She hurried toward her truck parked beside the harbor. Thunder cracked continuously above Greyhaven. As she drove through town, she noticed something strange immediately. The streets were emptier than before. Not just quiet, empty. Entire buildings looked dark now, like people had vanished within minutes. The storm felt wrong tonight. Alive somehow. Emma gripped the steering wheel tighter. Rainwater blurred the road ahead while lighthouse beams cut slowly through thick fog above the cliffs. The closer she drove toward the ocean, the stranger everything became. Street lights flickered constantly. Old radios inside nearby houses blasted static. And several times, Emma thought she saw figures standing silently beside the road watching her pass through the storm, then disappearing into fog. The road climbed steeply toward the cliffs overlooking Greyhaven. Waves crashed violently against black rocks below. The lighthouse stood ahead now, tall and ancient against storm clouds. Its massive light rotated slowly through rain. Emma parked near the rusted iron gate outside. The place looked abandoned. Broken fences, dead grass moving wildly in ocean wind. Yet somehow, the lighthouse light still burned brightly above. Rain soaked Emma instantly as she stepped out. Thunder exploded overhead. She pulled her flashlight from the truck and approached the old lighthouse door carefully. The metal handle was freezing cold and strangely unlocked. The door groaned loudly as she pushed it open. Darkness waited inside. cold, damp air smelled strongly of salt water and mildew. Rain echoed softly through cracks in the stone walls. Emma stepped carefully inside. Her flashlight beam moved across old wooden stairs spiraling upward through darkness. Everything looked untouched for years, but fresh wet footprints covered the floor, leading upward. Emma's pulse quickened immediately. Noah, only thunder answered. She followed the footprints slowly up the lighthouse stairs. Each step creaked loudly beneath her boots. Wind howled outside around the tower. Then, halfway she heard something. Soft voices, whispering above her. Emma stopped completely still. The whispers sounded distant, like dozens of people speaking underwater. The storm outside grew louder. Her flashlight flickered briefly. Then came another sound. Writing. A scratching sound. Like someone quickly writing on paper somewhere higher inside the lighthouse. Emma continued upward carefully. The whispers became louder, more desperate, and suddenly, the flashlight beam reached the top room. Emma froze instantly. The lighthouse chamber was filled with letters. Thousands of them. Old handwritten papers covered the floor, walls, tables, windows. Everywhere. Some looked ancient, others fresh and wet from seawater. The room smelled strongly of ocean salt and old paper. Rain tapped softly against the giant lighthouse windows. Emma stepped forward slowly in disbelief. Names covered many letters. Missing people, lost sailors, storm victims, entire piles organized by year. The ocean had been collecting them for decades. Then Emma noticed the center table. One fresh letter rested alone beneath the glowing lighthouse lamp. Still wet, like it had just arrived. Her hands shook while picking it up. Across the front were written the words, "He can hear you now." Thunder exploded violently outside. Emma unfolded the paper carefully, and instantly, her flashlight died. Darkness swallowed the lighthouse room. Only the rotating lighthouse beam illuminated the chamber every few seconds. Bright, dark, bright, dark. Emma's breathing became uneven. Then, during one sweep of lighthouse light, she saw someone standing across the room. A soaked silhouette beside the window, watching her silently. The light moved away. Darkness returned. Emma's heartbeat pounded violently. Noah. The lighthouse beam swept across the room again. The figure stood closer now. Water dripped softly onto the wooden floor beneath him. Emma's voice trembled. "Please." Darkness returned again. Then softly, a voice answered from somewhere inside the room. A voice she hadn't heard in over a year. Emma. Tears instantly filled her eyes. Noah. The lighthouse beam returned one more time. And this time, she saw him clearly. Her younger brother stood motionless beside the lighthouse window. Pale skin, soaked clothes, dark ocean water dripping endlessly from his body. But something felt horribly wrong. His eyes looked empty, like deep black water. and behind him, through the lighthouse glass, Emma suddenly saw hundreds of shadowy figures standing silently in the crashing ocean below, watching the lighthouse through the storm. Then Noah whispered softly, "The ocean wants its letters back." Rain crashed violently against the lighthouse windows. The giant rotating beam swept across the dark ocean every few seconds, revealing hundreds of shadowy figures standing motionless beneath the cliffs. Watching, waiting, Emma couldn't breathe. Her younger brother stood only a few feet away inside the lighthouse chamber. Water dripped endlessly from his soaked clothes onto the wooden floor. But something about him felt wrong. Terribly wrong. His skin looked pale blue beneath the lighthouse glow. And his eyes, they looked deep and empty like the ocean itself. Emma stepped forward slowly. "Noah." Her voice broke instantly. For one painful second, he almost looked normal again. Like the boy who used to laugh beside the harbor during summer storms. But then the lighthouse beam moved again, and Emma noticed seawater slowly flowing from beneath Noah's shoes, cooling unnaturally across the floorboards. The room suddenly smelled stronger of salt and decay. Noah tilted his head slightly. "The storm remembers you too." Thunder exploded above the lighthouse. The tower shook softly. Emma's hands trembled violently. "How are you here?" Noah's expression became distant, like he was listening to voices far away beneath the sea. Then softly, he answered, "I never left." Cold fear spread through Emma's chest. Rain hammered harder outside. The giant ocean below crashed violently against black rocks beneath the cliffs. And down there, those shadowy figures still stood motionless in the storm. Emma swallowed hard. What happened to you that night? The lighthouse beam swept across Noah's face again. For one horrifying second, Emma saw dark seawater moving beneath his skin. like his body was partially made from the ocean. Now then darkness returned. Noah looked toward the thousands of letters scattered around the room. The sea keeps everyone. The whispers inside the lighthouse grew louder. Now dozens of overlapping voices drifting through the walls. Soft, sad, desperate. Emma realized suddenly the voices were coming from the letters themselves. Every soaked page whispered faintly in the darkness. The lighthouse wasn't just storing messages. It was storing people. Noah slowly walked toward the center table. Water followed behind him unnaturally across the floor. The storms opened a way. Emma backed away slightly. What way? Noah touched one of the old letters gently. Immediately, the paper began moving by itself. Words slowly appeared across the page in wet black ink. Emma stared in horror. The letter was writing itself. Sentence after sentence forming beneath invisible hands. Then the paper finally stopped. Noah turned it toward her silently. Emma read the fresh message slowly. The drowned awaking again. Lightning exploded outside the lighthouse windows. And suddenly, all the thousands of letters across the room began rustling violently together. Like something beneath them was breathing. Emma stepped backward. Noah, his empty eyes lifted toward her. The ocean is opening. Thunder roared continuously now. The storm had become monstrous outside. Huge waves smashed against the cliffs while fog swallowed nearly all of Greyhaven below. Then suddenly, a loud metallic sound echoed from beneath the lighthouse. Clang! Emma froze instantly. Another sound followed. Heavy scraping. Like something massive moving underwater beneath the cliffs. Noah slowly looked downward. They're coming closer. The lighthouse beam flickered weakly. Emma forced herself to breathe. Who? Noah's voice lowered almost to a whisper. The lost. At that exact moment, Every lighthouse window exploded inward. Rain and freezing wind blasted violently into the chamber. Letters flew everywhere like frightened birds. Emma screamed and covered her face. The lighthouse light spun wildly overhead, and through the shattered windows, the shadowy figures below the cliffs began moving. Climbing. Hundreds of soaked silhouettes slowly climbing the rocks toward the lighthouse through crashing waves. Emma's heartbeat nearly stopped. They weren't shadows. They were people, or what used to be people. Drowned fishermen, missing travelers, storm victims from decades ago. Their clothes looked ancient. Some wore uniforms from the 1950s. Others looked modern. Ocean water poured endlessly from their bodies while they climbed silently through rain. Noah watched them calmly. They heard the storm calling. Emma grabbed his shoulders desperately. "We have to leave now." But Noah barely reacted. His skin felt freezing cold like touching ocean water in winter. The town belongs to the sea now. The words terrified her. Then suddenly, Emma heard distant screaming far below near Greyhaven. Real screaming. People. She ran toward the broken lighthouse window and froze. The storm had swallowed half the town already. Floodwater rushed through streets. Electricity flickered across buildings. And along the flooded roads, more drowned figures walked silently through rain toward houses glowing in darkness. The ocean was invading Greyhaven. Emma stepped backward in horror. This can't be happening. The whispers inside the lighthouse became deafening. Now thousands of voices speaking through the letters together. Some crying, some begging, some whispering names. Then Emma noticed something terrifying. Many letters had fresh dates appearing across them. Today's date. The ocean was preparing new letters. New disappearances. Thunder cracked violently overhead again. The lighthouse suddenly shook hard. Dust fell from the ceiling. Something enormous had hit the cliffs below. Noah looked toward the staircase calmly. "It's here." Heavy footsteps began echoing upward through the lighthouse tower. Slow, wet, massive. Emma's pulse exploded instantly. The drowned figures had reached the lighthouse. One by one, dark-soaked silhouettes appeared at the top of the stairs. Silent faces, pale eyes, bodies dripping seawater onto the wooden floor. Some looked horribly damaged from years underwater, yet all moved slowly toward the letters. Toward Noah. Emma backed into the corner of the chamber trembling. The drowned people ignored her completely. Instead, they gathered quietly around Noah like followers answering a call. One old fisherman stepped forward first. His beard moved slightly beneath seawater while barnacles covered parts of his coat. And softly, he spoke. "We remember," the others repeated together. "We remember." The sound echoed horribly through the lighthouse. Emma's breathing became uneven. Noah turned toward her again. His empty eyes softened slightly for the first time. "You need to leave before midnight." Emma stared at him through tears. "What happens at midnight?" Silence filled the chamber. Only rain. Only whispers. Then one of the drowned women answered softly. "The ocean comes ashore." Lightning flashed violently, and far beyond the cliffs, Emma suddenly saw something massive moving beneath the waves. A shape larger than any ship. Gliding slowly beneath black water toward Greyhaven. The storm grew louder instantly. The sea itself seemed to rise higher against the cliffs. The drowned figures began whispering faster now. Excited, anticipating something. Then Noah walked toward Emma slowly. He pressed a soaked, folded paper into her shaking hand. One last letter. Emma looked down. The paper was warm despite seawater dripping from it. Noah. His face looked distant again already. Like the ocean was pulling him farther away. You have to take it to the harbor before midnight. Emma unfolded the paper carefully, and her blood froze instantly, because written across the page were dozens of names. People from Greyhaven, including Martha, Sheriff Collins, and finally, her own name. At the bottom of the letter were 6 horrifying words. The sea will take them tonight. Thunder exploded directly above the lighthouse. The entire tower shook violently, and somewhere deep beneath the cliffs, something enormous roared from inside the ocean. The lighthouse trembled violently above the storm. Rain exploded through shattered windows while seawater rushed across the wooden floor around Emma's feet. The drowned figures stood silently behind Noah, watching her, waiting. And somewhere deep beneath the cliffs, that enormous thing inside the ocean roared again. Low, ancient, hungry, Emma clutched the soaked letter tightly in trembling hands. The names written across it blurred slightly beneath rainwater. Martha, Sheriff Collins. Dozens of Greyhaven residents, and her own name at the bottom. The sea will take them tonight. No. Thunder cracked violently over her. Emma looked toward Noah desperately. Tell me what this means. But Noah's expression had already become distant again. Like part of him was fading back into the storm. The ocean always collects its debt. The drowned figures whispered softly together behind him. It's debt. It's debt. The whispers echoed through the lighthouse chamber like waves beneath the sea. Emma backed toward the staircase slowly. We can still stop this. Noah looked at her sadly. You don't understand. Rainwater poured endlessly from his soaked body now. The storm isn't punishment. The lighthouse beam swept across his pale face. Its retrieval. The words chilled Emma completely. Another violent crash shook the cliffs below. The giant shape beneath the ocean was getting closer. Emma ran. She bolted down the spiral staircase while thunder exploded around the lighthouse tower. The drowned whispers followed her downward through darkness. Faster. Closer. The lighthouse walls groaned loudly like the entire structure might collapse into the sea at any second. Emma burst through the front door into freezing rain. The storm hit her like ice. Wind screamed across the cliffs while gigantic waves crashed against the rocks below. Fog swallowed nearly everything beyond a few feet. She sprinted toward her truck. Behind her, the lighthouse beam rotated slowly through rain and darkness. And at the top window, Noah still stood motionless watching her leave. Emma's chest hurt painfully. Part of him was still there. She knew it somewhere beneath whatever the ocean had turned him into. Her brother was still fighting to remain himself. The truck engine struggled before finally starting. Emma slammed the door shut while rain hammered the windshield violently. Greyhaven below looked almost drowned already. Floodwater rushed through streets beneath flickering streetlights. Power outages spread across sections of town. And everywhere, fog moved unnaturally through the storm. Like living smoke drifting inland from the sea. Emma drove dangerously fast down the cliff road. Her phone showed 11:14 p.m. less than 1 hour until midnight. The final line from Noah's letter echoed in her mind. Take it to the harbor before midnight. But why? What was hidden there? Lightning flashed across the flooded town ahead. And during that flash, Emma saw movement everywhere. Dark-soaked figures walking silently through streets beneath the storm. The drowned people had reached Greyhaven. She gripped the steering wheel tighter. The truck slid slightly across wet roads as she entered town. Water already covered parts of Main Street. Several abandoned cars sat half-flooded beneath blinking traffic lights, and every building looked strangely empty. Too empty. Emma stopped outside the diner first. Warm yellow light still glowed faintly inside. She rushed through rain toward the entrance. The bell above the door jingled violently as she entered. Martha looked up instantly from behind the counter. Relief crossed her face. Emma. Then she saw Emma's expression. And the soap letter. The older woman immediately went pale. Oh God! Several townspeople still remained inside the diner. All looked terrified now the storm outside sounded monstrous. Emma spread the letter across the counter. Your names are on this. Everyone crowded closer nervously. The moment Martha saw the page, her hands began shaking. What is this? Emma lowered her voice. The ocean is coming into town. One fisherman stood abruptly. What are you talking about? Then the diner window suddenly fogged over completely. Every single window at once. The room fell silent. Slowly, water began dripping down the outside glass. Not rainwater, seawater, and through the fogged windows, shadowy silhouettes slowly appeared outside, watching the diner. The townspeople backed away instantly. Someone whispered, "They're here." Thunder exploded above Greyhaven. The diner lights flickered violently. Then, a loud knock echoed against the front window. Everyone jumped. Another knock followed. Slow, heavy, wet. Emma turned carefully toward the glass. A drowned fisherman stood outside beneath the storm. Barnacles covered parts of his face. Ocean water streamed endlessly from his coat. His pale dead eyes stared directly into the diner. Then softly, he raised one hand and pointed toward the harbor. The drowned figures outside multiplied rapidly, now more silhouettes emerging through fog and rain. Silent crowds gathering around the diner. Martha backed away trembling. They want something. Emma looked again at Noah's letter. Harbor before midnight. Suddenly, she understood. The ocean wasn't hunting randomly tonight. It was following the names on the letter, collecting them, one by one, and somehow, the harbor was the center of it all. Sheriff Collins suddenly burst through the diner door soaked from rain. Everybody stay inside. His flashlight beam shook slightly in his hand. There are people wandering through town. Then he saw the drowned figures outside the windows, and froze. Oh my God! Emma grabbed him quickly. The harbor. We need to go now. The sheriff stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Are you insane? The roads are flooding. Another loud knock shook the diner windows. Crack. One corner of the glass splintered. Ocean water slowly leaked inside. The drowned fisherman outside still pointed silently toward the harbor. Emma looked around desperately. If we stay here, her voice trembled slightly. They'll come in. Nobody argued after that. Within minutes, they moved together through the storm. Sheriff Collins, Martha, 3 fishermen, and Emma leading them toward the harbor through flooded streets. Rain hammered Greyhaven mercilessly. The ocean had already crossed the seawall. Water rushed through alleys carrying debris and broken wood. Fog drifted everywhere now and occasionally. Silent drowned figures appeared briefly beneath streetlights before vanishing again into darkness. The storm felt alive, watching them, following them, Thunder cracked continuously overhead. Emma's group finally reached the harbor docks. Huge waves smashed violently against wooden piers. Fishing boats strained against ropes beneath raging wind. The ocean looked black beneath the storm. Endless, angry, and at the far end of the harbor, something waited in the water. A massive dark shape barely visible beneath crashing waves. Too large to be a boat. Too still to be natural. Martha whispered shakily, "What is that?" No one answered. Emma stepped carefully onto the main dock. Her soaked letter suddenly began moving violently in her hands. The paper fluttered wildly despite the rain. Then, new words slowly appeared across the page. Fresh black ink spreading like seawater. Emma read them aloud trembling. "Return the names before midnight, or the sea will keep the town." The fisherman stared at her in horror. Sheriff Collins looked toward the ocean. "How do we return them?" The storm suddenly became silent. Completely silent. No wind. No thunder. No waves. Only one sound remained. Whispers. Thousands of whispers rising from beneath the harbor water. And slowly, all around the docks. Pale drowned hands began emerging from the Black Sea. Rain exploded across Greyhaven Harbor. The storm had become monstrous. Now huge black waves slammed against the docks while thunder rolled endlessly above the ocean. And from the freezing seawater, hands were rising. Pale drowned hands clawing slowly onto the wooden piers. Martha screamed softly behind Emma. One fisherman stumbled backward in terror. Oh God! More hands emerged everywhere. Dozens. Then hundreds. Seawater poured off grey lifeless skin while whispering voices echoed beneath the harbour. The ocean was opening. Emma gripped the soaked letter tightly while cold rain soaked through her clothes. The black ink across the page continued spreading unnaturally. New words slowly appeared. The names must be returned. Sheriff Collins stared toward the water in disbelief. What names? Then suddenly, the ocean surface began glowing faintly beneath the storm. Soft blue light moved under the waves like something enormous circling beneath the harbour. The giant dark shape Emma had seen earlier slowly rose closer to the surface. Too massive to fully understand. Fog drifted across the docks heavily now, and through that fog, the drowned began climbing ashore. Silent figures pulled themselves from the sea one by one. Missing fishermen, old storm victims, people lost decades ago. Their soaked clothes hung unnaturally from pale bodies while ocean water streamed endlessly from empty eyes. None of them spoke loudly. They only whispered, "Return the names." Emma backed away slowly. Her pulse hammered violently. One drowned woman stepped closer through rain. Emma immediately recognized her face from old town photographs. Helen Morris, missing since 1978. The woman's mouth moved slowly beneath seawater. "We are still waiting." Martha began crying quietly beside the docks. "This isn't real." But it was real. Too real. The storm itself seemed to bend around the drowned figures, like the ocean obeyed them. Then suddenly, the lighthouse beam far above the cliffs swept across the harbour, and all the drowned figures stopped moving instantly. Every pale face slowly turned toward the lighthouse. Toward Noah. Emma felt it immediately. Something terrible was about to happen. The seawater around the docks suddenly began rising higher. Fast. Too fast. Within seconds, water flooded across the harbor floor around their feet. Sheriff Collins grabbed Emma's arm. "We need to leave now." But Emma looked again at the letter. The names. There had to be a reason. The ocean didn't want random people. It wanted specific names. Then a horrifying realization struck her. The names weren't chosen tonight. They had been chosen years ago. Every person listed had lost someone to the sea. Martha's husband drowned during a storm 20 years earlier. Sheriff Collins lost his son near the cliffs as a child. The fishermen standing nearby all carried grief tied to Greyhaven's waters. And Emma, she lost Noah. The storm wasn't collecting strangers. It was collecting sorrow. The ocean fed on grief. Thunder exploded violently overhead. The giant shape beneath the harbor suddenly rose higher. For one terrible moment, Emma finally saw part of it clearly beneath lightning. A colossal black mass moving beneath the water, covered in seaweed, rusted chains, fragments of old shipwrecks buried into its body, and across its surface, hundreds of human faces appeared briefly beneath seawater, whispering, crying. The thing beneath the ocean wasn't just alive. It was made from the lost. Martha fell to her knees shaking. The sea remembers everyone. Emma suddenly remembered Noah's words from the lighthouse. The ocean always collects its debt. Another drowned figure stepped toward them. This one wore an old captain's coat rotting from seawater. His pale eyes locked directly onto Emma. Then slowly, he pointed toward the center of the harbor. The water there was swirling, now a massive whirlpool forming beneath crashing rain. And inside the whirlpool, hundreds of glowing letters floated across the water surface. Thousands of names, thousands of messages from the dead. The storm had been carrying them for decades. Emma stepped closer despite the fear. The drowned figures parted silently around her, almost respectfully. Then, she saw something impossible. One letter floating near the center looked fresh, new. It hadn't existed earlier. Emma carefully pulled it from the water. The paper felt warm despite freezing rain. Her hands shook while unfolding it, and immediately her breathing stopped. The handwriting was Noah's again. The ocean only takes people who refuse to let go. Tears filled Emma's eyes instantly. Rain blurred the words further. The letter continued. The lost remain trapped because the living keep calling for them. Thunder rolled heavily across the harbor. Emma looked around slowly. The drowned figures, the whispers, the letters. Greyhaven itself had spent decades grieving the dead, calling them back through memory, through regret, through sorrow. And somehow, the ocean answered. Every storm reopened the connection. Every letter pulled the lost closer to shore again. Martha whispered softly nearby, "My husband." The older woman stared at one drowned figure standing silently at the edge of the dock. A pale man in an old fishing jacket. Her husband, still waiting after 20 years beneath the sea. Tears streamed down Martha's face. I never stopped waiting for him. The drowned man lifted one shaking hand toward her slowly, and the harbor water rose higher immediately. Emma understood now the ocean wasn't trapping the dead. The living were. The grief anchored the lost between worlds. Noah had tried to warn her. If Greyhaven kept holding on, the storm would never end. The drowned would keep returning forever. The giant creature beneath the harbor suddenly roared. The entire dock shook violently. Midnight was close. The whirlpool expanded rapidly. Now fishing boats snapped loose from ropes and vanished into spinning black water. The drowned figures began whispering louder together. Return the names. Let us sleep. Emma stared at Noah's letter again. Then finally, she made her choice. She walked slowly toward the harbor edge. Sheriff Collins shouted behind her. "Emma, what are you doing?" Rain lashed violently across the docks. Emma held the soaked list of names tightly against her chest. Then one by one, she began tearing the pages apart. The storm reacted instantly. Thunder exploded overhead. The drowned figures screamed softly together. Not angry, relieved. Emma threw the torn pieces into the whirlpool. Martha gasped. The scraps dissolved immediately into glowing blue light beneath the water. Emma kept tearing more pages, more names, more grief returning to the sea. The harbor winds weakened slightly. The whispers softened, one by one. The drowned figures began fading slowly into mist. Martha cried openly as her husband's silhouette dissolved into rain. Sheriff Collins covered his face silently while another drowned figure vanished beside him. The ocean was releasing them. Emma reached the final page. Her own name remained written there alone. Thunder cracked violently above. The giant thing beneath the harbor surged upward suddenly. Massive waves exploded across the docks. The storm screamed around Greyhaven. And from far above the cliffs, the lighthouse beam stopped moving. Everything became still. Emma stared at her own name trembling in her hands. Then softly, a familiar voice whispered beside her, "No more storms." Noah stood there beside the harbor, not pale anymore, not drowned, just Noah. Rain fell softly around him. His sad, tired eyes met hers one final time. Emma's chest broke completely. "You came back." Noah smiled weakly, only to say goodbye. Tears streamed down Emma's face. The storm around them slowly began calming. The ocean waves softened. The drowned whispers faded farther away. Noah looked toward the sea. You have to let me go now. Emma couldn't speak. For 1 whole year, she had searched endlessly for him. Hoped, grieved, waited, and that grief had changed into the storm. Noah stepped backwards slowly toward the ocean. Rain moved softly through him now like mist. I'm tired, Emma. Her hands trembled violently around the final page. Then slowly, through tears, she tore her own name apart. The second the paper split, the storm stopped. Completely. The harbor fell silent. The whirlpool vanished instantly, and Noah smiled peacefully for the first time in years. Then, like rain dissolving into the sea, he disappeared. Gone. Only soft ocean waves remained beneath the fading clouds. And above Greyhaven, the first quiet sunrise began breaking through the storm. 3 months passed after the storm. Greyhaven became quiet again. The ocean looked calmer now, no endless thunder. No unnatural fog crawling through streets. No drowned figures standing silently beside the harbor at night. For the first time in years, people slept peacefully when it rained. The storms had ended. At least that's what everyone believed. Morning sunlight reflected softly across the sea while fishing boats slowly returned to the harbor again. The town was healing. Broken docks were repaired. Flooded streets dried beneath warm autumn skies. Children played outside again near the shoreline. And slowly, people stopped talking about the letters. But Emma never fully forgot. How could she? Every night she still dreamed about the lighthouse. The whispers. The drowned people beneath the waves. And Noah disappearing peacefully into rain. Some mornings she woke convinced she could still hear the ocean calling her name softly through distant storms. Even now, months later, Emma stood beside the harbor railing, quietly watching soft waves roll beneath gray skies. Cold wind moved gently through her jacket. The ocean looked ordinary today. Small gulls drifted above calm water. Fishermen laughed softly nearby while unloading fresh catches from boats. Greyhaven finally felt alive again. Martha walked beside her carrying 2 cups of coffee. "You're here early." Emma smiled faintly. "Couldn't sleep." Martha handed her a warm cup. Neither woman spoke for a while. The silence between them felt peaceful now instead of heavy. Finally, Martha looked toward the sea. No storms for 3 months. Emma nodded slowly. "That's the longest in years." The older woman smiled sadly. "Maybe they're finally resting." Emma knew who she meant. The lost, the drowned, the people trapped between grief and ocean storms. She hoped Martha was right. Thunder no longer haunted Greyhaven nights. The sea no longer whispered. Everything should have been over. Yet something still felt unfinished. Emma couldn't explain it. Some strange feeling deep inside warned her the ocean wasn't truly done. Then suddenly, the harbor bell rang once. Clang. Both women looked toward the docks instantly. An old fishing boat had just arrived through morning fog. Its captain looked pale and nervous. Several fishermen gathered around him immediately. Something was wrong. Emma exchanged a glance with Martha before hurrying toward the docks. Rain clouds slowly gathered far out at sea again. The captain climbed shakily onto the pier. His soaked hands trembled badly. Sheriff Collins approached quickly. "What happened?" The old fisherman swallowed hard. "We found something floating near Blackwater Point." Coldness spread slowly through Emma's chest. Blackwater Point sat beyond the lighthouse cliffs. The deepest water near Greyhaven. Nobody liked going there anymore. The captain slowly pulled something from inside his coat. A bottle. Old green glass. Water dripped softly from it onto the wooden dock. Every person near the harbor froze instantly. No one spoke. Emma's heartbeat slowed painfully. No. The fisherman looked terrified. It was floating alone in calm water. Martha stepped backward immediately. Sheriff Collins stared at the bottle like it might explode. 3 months. No letters for 3 entire months. Until now rain began falling softly again. Very soft. Barely more than mist. Emma slowly stepped forward. Her hands shook while taking the bottle. The paper inside looked fresh. Not old like the others. Fresh white paper. Fresh black ink. Almost like it had been written today. The harbor fell completely silent around her. Only rain. Only ocean waves. Emma carefully removed the cord. The moment it opened, cold wind swept across the harbor suddenly. Every boat bell rang softly together. Clang, clang, clang. People backed away nervously. Emma unfolded the paper slowly. And immediately, her blood turned cold because written across the top were 5 familiar words. For Emma Carter only. Rain tapped softly against the paper. Her breathing became uneven. Sheriff Collins whispered, "What does it say?" Emma stared silently at the handwriting. She recognized it instantly. Noah's handwriting. But different somehow. Calmer. More human. She began reading slowly. If you're reading this, then the ocean finally slept. Emma's chest tightened painfully. The harbor around her blurred slightly beneath rain. The letter continued. You saved Greyhaven. You freed us. Tears slowly filled Emma's eyes. Martha covered her mouth quietly. But then, the next line changed everything. But something beneath the sea is still awake. Thunder rumbled softly far out beyond the horizon. Everyone looked toward the ocean immediately. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the distance. Emma kept reading. The storms were never the real danger. Cold wind moved across the harbor. The paper trembled slightly in her hands. The letters were warnings. Sheriff Collins stepped closer nervously. Emma's voice weakened while reading the final paragraphs aloud. There are deeper things beneath the ocean. Older things. And now they know Greyhaven exists. The harbor suddenly became very quiet. Too quiet. Even the gulls disappeared. Then Emma reached the final sentence. And her heart nearly stopped. When the black tide rises, do not look into the water. Lightning flashed far across the distant ocean. For one terrible second. Everyone standing at the harbor saw something massive moving beneath the waves near the horizon. A shape larger than any storm cloud. Then darkness returned. People began panicking immediately. What was that? Sheriff Collins shouted for everyone to stay calm. But Emma barely heard anything anymore. Her eyes remained fixed on the final words written at the bottom of Noah's letter. One last sentence, smaller than the others, almost hidden. The lighthouse will shine again. Thunder rolled louder now far beyond Greyhaven. A strange black fog slowly began spreading across the ocean's surface. The rain became colder instantly, and somewhere high above the cliffs, a soft golden light suddenly appeared. The lighthouse. Its beam slowly rotated once through gathering darkness. Emma stared toward it in disbelief. No one had touched the lighthouse since the storm ended. No power reached the tower anymore. Yet the light had returned. Soft, golden, watching the sea. Martha whispered shakily, "Oh God." The harbor wind strengthened. Rain fell harder now, not violent. Not yet, but enough to make old fear return to Greyhaven once more. Emma folded Noah's letter carefully. Part of her wanted to run. to leave Greyhaven forever before another storm arrived. But another part already understood something terrifying. The ocean had not finished speaking. The letters had only paused. And somewhere far beneath the black water, something ancient had finally awakened. Thunder cracked violently across the horizon. The lighthouse beam swept slowly across the ocean, and for one horrifying moment, Emma thought she saw thousands of pale faces just beneath the waves again. Watching the shore, waiting for the rain to return.